One moment. Okay. I just sneeze. I just saw a double rocket. Oh wait, does it spawn when you like pause the game? If I pause the game, leave, and come back. No, it was just random. Weird. Okay. Let me think. I don't want to start. I need to draw some more sprites first. Maybe I'll crack that out of the way. I've been working on this tile set since yesterday. I realize now I need more space. Hello? Why are you not letting me draw? Weird. It gets really... Yeah. I am gonna have to check diagonals, aren't I? Hey Ted. Yeah, I started working on these yesterday. I'm now realizing I need a lot more than I'd originally written. I was kind of hoping to get away without having to draw a lot of these. But I think that simply won't be possible. How are you? Like an underground cave area. Yeah, it's like a wood woodland or something. Yeah. Yeah, nice, right? I need to think about more than I had been though, because like the terrain's destructible and all that. There's actually like annoyingly quite a lot of tiles that we needed, because I need to support quite a lot of variations. Luckily, it's pretty quick to make these. One of the many benefits of using like a smaller pixel size, right? Spooky woods? Yeah, like a spooky woods. Can you hear me over the music? You're having trouble? Yeah. I'll lower it a little bit. Can you hear me now, or is it still too loud? I can lower the desktop like a little bit more. I lowered my mic a bit, because it was, I think, peaking before and no one seemed to notice. Good now. Awesome. Yeah, I think I need to make like a fucking one of these. Kind of annoying. Not to draw, but it means that like I'm gonna have to program this. Okay, you shouldn't have been there. This tool nice sprite's nice, but it can be a little bit of a hassle to use. What have you been up to today? Oh. Looking okay, isn't it? Sparkle, sparkle. It kind of just needs to be good enough, right? I can always, like, modify this stuff whenever, right? As long as I get a glance, it looks alright. At least I can get to coding. And it will look alright. What could I be missing otherwise? I've got these annoying, like, corner pipes, which is a bit of a hassle. There's probably, like, a matrix design or something to tell you how many tiles you need. Isn't, like, 16's a pretty normal tile set, right? I have a 29 tile set. I've been trying to do this without Googling it, but maybe I should just Google it. And just see what I might be missing. Because I'm not going to bother making like a perfect inner corner piece. I know sometimes people will be like, oh, I need to make it so like this bit in here connects, but I can't, I'm not going to do that. There's not going to be dual tiles. If a tile is a tree, it's a tree. It's not going to be half tree, half... Even visually. Oh, you look a little funny. I guess I currently don't know what's going to happen if you connect. That's annoying. One of these little nubs won't connect to like the wall above it, right? But then also this pipe piece won't quite work. Can I modify this pipe piece to work for me? I've gone for this weird 2.5D thing on that top wall. Maybe that's causing problems. Maybe with a little tweaking can look okay. It doesn't have to be super perfect, so I'm assuming most players won't notice this sort of thing. Maybe they do. But the more tile reuse, kind of the better, right? It's kind of okay if it looks like it's jumping up a bit. Because then it makes it look like the wall has some, like, interest to it. You know, like some weight. Which game engine is this? This is not a game engine, this is Aspirate. Which is a drawing program. I'm just trying to make sure my tiles all kind of work together. What kind of game am I making? Like a 2D shooter. So today we're gonna program the tile system. So right now you'll notice, if I load this up, it's kind of fucked, isn't it? That's because before, when we were working on this, we were just using a single static tree sprite. So I've got to actually write all the code to align tiles. But I've got to have the tiles first. So I'm just doing that now. Hello, Crowley. Hello. Come. Doesn't look too bad. I'm actually surprised how well this is looking. I wouldn't normally consider myself a massive artist. Let's see if we can just reuse it. Almost. I'm using Windows. I think you should switch to Linux. Does it support Apex Legends yet? And what do you know about my operating system use case? What distro do you run? What have you enjoyed with it? Did you write your own engine? We are using a custom engine, yes. Pop OS. I remember Pop OS. I've actually used it a little bit. Does it work for you? This isn't looking too bad, I'm gonna be honest. I'm trying my best to be lazy and not have to have multiple of these 3 buys. I don't know how much work that's actually saving me, but we'll see. Linux supports Apex, but Apex blocks Linux. Yeah, no, I mean, Apex literally runs on Linux, but the anti-cheat software does not, so... Yeah, I mean, if you want to play Apex, you cannot play it on Linux. As of like a year ago, I mean, it's quite a recent change, isn't it? Well, looks like I'm sticking to Windows for now then. AC runs fine on Linux, they choose not to allow it. Yeah, because a bunch of cheaters use it. Like, it makes sense that they blocked it. We got, like, way less cheaters overnight, basically. Obviously, they've now just migrated to Windows, so... You can argue, was it a good long-term solution, but it... certainly helped for a time, I'd say. These dots don't look quite right. Merit, it's good. It's a backwards way of looking into it, but you don't want to do other stream. I mean, that's what they did. They noted that like 98% of cheaters in Apex are using Linux, so they blocked Linux access, and then basically overnight, pretty shit as well. Basically overnight, like the cheater population dropped off, and then noticeably in games you encountered way less of them. I'm not saying it's a good thing that they completely blocked an entire operating system. I'm saying that they had a reason for it. And it was only like, I think they said like out of those percent of users, only like 2% of them were like genuine. Like Linux was such a small part of the user base. Valve wonders about with the proliferation of anti-cheats that are embedded into OS like malware. Oh yeah, it's a bad thing. Like, I would prefer it if you could use Linux for gaming. I think that would be nice. I think it's really stupid that we've got all this kernel level anti-cheat and they don't support every major operating system, but you know. We should have stopped Microsoft in the like 90s from becoming a monopoly. It's a bit late now. I would happily run Linux if all my software used it. I don't like Microsoft. I've used Linux plenty. It usually works alright. Say no to KLAC. Kernel level anti-cheat. Yeah, it's a shame that like the game I play uses it. It'll go where the users are. Yeah. I don't know, I learned at some point to just give up and just accept that if I want to play the funny game, I have to use the funny operating system that watches over your shoulder. And I feel a bit happier as a result, because I get to play the game with my friends, and it's fun. You know? I'd rather have better frame rates and stuff for free. Oh well. Sometimes life's just like that, innit? I don't know if it's a good mentality. I mean, I've just given up. I've tried fighting. No, it just doesn't seem. A lot of people don't want to fight as well, so we've ended up like this. Marek, what a Marek. Well, anyway, it's very good for like programming and stuff. But yeah, I mean, what games are you gonna run on a M3 or whatever? I don't know. Some games run on it. I think I could play Slay the Spire on it. Maybe. But, you know, as amazing as Metal is, most games aren't going to write their own Metal implementation. Or Metal support. I think what, like, Tomb Raider did. I can't think of any other really major titles that did. Alright. It runs most games that are explicitly blocked. I guess nowadays we've got Rosetta, haven't we? As a reminder, when I was traveling a few years ago, I used the Steam Deck as my main PC for like half a year. So I spent most of my time in Arch Linux using that. I was like editing videos in it, I was typing up documents, I was doing programming. I've used it, I've like mained it in the sketchiest way possible via a Steam Deck and a dock, and well, my keyboard and a mouse. And a little external 144Hz screen. I have experience with it. Why doesn't Samsung make a PC OS like Mac? They have, DeX. Samsung has DeX, which is more like, I guess, iPad OS, but with DeX, you can kind of use your phone or your tablet like a PC. Kind of. And phones are quite powerful these days. You can do, like, all your documents and stuff on there. No problem. Bit of video editing. It's basic. You'd be surprised. Anyway. Is this all the tiles I need? Or have I forgotten something? I basically just added these here on the right. Snakes and single corners. And like threes. And I've made it so threes are the same for single and full. These are the walls and the floors. So this obviously is like grass and like the random flower scatter terrain. And these are like the walls. So yeah. Do I need a four? I might need a quad. Because in reality, if this one is like this, what would this middle sprite look like? Certainly not like this. I'll need to make a 4-post bed. Hang on a moment, let me do that quickly. This is taking me back to procedural golf. I had to do all this when I was making all those mini golf tiles. I was 3D modeling these. If you want to call it 3D modeling. So I've done all this crap before. This is Aspirate, yeah. It's lovely, isn't it? Aspirate is made in GameMaker, by the way, this program I'm using. Isn't that awesome? I think it's really cool. Like, now you can, like, stitch together tiles in all sorts of ways. Fuck, I need one more sprite tile on the right. What's this? 9-6. Quick maths. Let's see. Not that this is how they'll be tiled in the game. This is all. I'm gonna have to write the auto tiler for this, but you know, you get the idea. This is cool stuff, right? Yeah, I mean, obviously this block wouldn't look like this. It would end up using. What would it? Maybe it would look like this. Yeah, actually. Maybe it would. Maybe I need to have one... I need to have one that's like the opposite of black. Like all tree. That would be smart. Because air is the important part here. 9-6 plus 16, quick maths. 5-12. No. Is it 5-12? Oh, I'm so smart. Bottom bush beneath. Yeah. Don't worry about actual pixel placements or anything. That's that polish will come later. I promise you. And now I would not worry about that. Come on, let me. I just need to have something first. We are going to use black here. Actually, hang on. I think I don't have to do this. Nah, yeah, I don't have to do this. I'll draw it just in case I do need it for some reason. But in reality, if there's an inner wall, it will use these tiles. Let me think. Which one? I guess this one, this one. I'll need to redo these corners a little bit. And then this middle one would be black. I do need to redo... Actually, that's the wrong wall. This way. Yeah, I like that. Give or take. So if there's like a block of raw trees, the set, like the idea is you can only see like one layer. I will just need to modify this. Come on. Careful. This will have now broken a lot of stuff. How badly? Not too badly. You get the idea, right? Would you actually use the thin piece? Maybe you'd actually use the thin piece for that. Let me undo a bunch of stuff I just did. I think you would be... Yeah, maybe I should just make it so they all just have black outlines, so they just blend in nicely. That might be easiest, right? Nah, this one's really buggered. My music ended. What do I want to put on? How about 10 incredibly soothing Toho arrangements? Wow. I feel so soothed. Is that really... What tile is this? Oh, this one. Okay, I guess I don't have to do much. Could also fill in these blank spaces instead of with floor color. I could fill it in with this is what the Game Boy sprites will do. Use emulator to play Apex. What's the FPS like, and does the anti-cheat support it? Would you be immediately banned? Obviously that works, but it looks a little shit. What about the corners? Like if we just do these pieces. It kind of works. Emulator does not sound like a good option to me, no. I'm just going to experiment with this for now. I think visual clarity matters more than how pretty it is, if that makes sense. I don't want the player to ever be confused about if something's a wall or not. Not that they really will be, but you know. It's possible. You've seen video game players, right? This way at least the tiles mostly reaches to the end of the sprite. I might go back on this decision, mind you. But just for now, I'm gonna do it, and then we can always change it back later. It takes 2 seconds to place a pixel, right? You could use it. I'm just curious. I particularly liked how the Pokemon sprites did it, so that's mostly why I'm doing it. Why is anti-cheat in games hated? It usually destroys your... well, not destroys, but it usually impacts performance. And if you're not cheating, it's kind of a pain to have bad performance just because some bad actors exist, you know? Like, I don't cheat. Why do I need an anti-cheat running? But then if it was optional, like, no one would use it. And yeah, often it's just like a lazy implementation. It just... there's not much benefit to like the average player. The benefit is that you are less likely to play against cheaters using like free tools, basically. Because that's usually what it counters, right? Like bespoke cheat tools will usually not get picked up by anti-cheats. But the like common ones that you just find on like Google or whatever will probably should get picked up. I'm really enjoying using Aspirate as a tile editor. This is so much easier than what I used to do with like GameMaker. You'd have to like go in game to see if it's tiling nicely or not, basically. But this just works. Huh? Meh. I'll come back to this. When anti-cheat had regions in memory and your cheater would be reading from like Bane. Yeah. Any matters to games which already struggle to game. Your PC can handle most games you don't really care about, huh? There's emulators that delete anti-cheat software. That sounds like cheat software. I'm not installing cheat software to play Apex Legends. I will just use Windows. It's okay. It sucks, but it's okay. I have to use Windows at work anyway. They already know me. Big Microsoft. They already know my details. I wish they didn't, but I wish a lot of things. Bypassing anti-cheat is usually not a good idea. Because you know what software is normally trying to bypass anti-cheat. It's a shame I had to move that like wall highlight a bit away, but like I think this is a lot more... The clarity is stronger. I liked the style of my original tiles quite a bit more, maybe. I think this is where people are like, I'm gonna make that inner fucking wall, but like, come on. Am I really gonna do that? I want to avoid that as much as possible. Having to make, you know, like these little inner tiles that people do. Because I mean, it does look nice, but I don't want to do it right now. Are things from Windows transferable to Linux? What do you mean by things? You need to specify what things are in this case. You can move like common binary files around, like if you have a document or a PNG or something, that'll transfer just fine. Remember that like Linux isn't some like weird ghost. It's like it runs like every server on the planet. Android is based on Linux. Mac OS is a Unix operating system at the end of the day. Unix. Like, Linux is something you probably use all the time without realizing. Possibly. The McDonald's ordering machine is probably Unix, or probably Linux. They're like self-checkout. I put just like a little dot in the corner, how do you feel? I don't like it. I don't know why I'm fucking around with this right now. This is not worth my time. Which is probably why I'm procrastinating. Okay, let's see. I don't think I need a layer that's all tree. I don't think it's ever going to get used, so I'm actually just going to undo that. 512, quick math, it's 496. Wait. I hear fucking knocking. Was that part of the song? That's part of the song. That's horrible. Did you try putting Easter eggs on your sprites? What do you mean? What do you mean by this? Anyway, these are my tiles I'm going to be using. They're nice, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I think that's about right. About 28 tiles sounds reasonable. And then the other 3 are just like... Technically it's like 31 or whatever. There's 2 types of grass variation and a black void, which is fine. Secrets. Yeah, but what do you mean? Am I adding secrets to my sprites? This is This is a wall texture. What kind of Easter egg do you want? Do you want me to like write out your name in Morse code with these dots? For example, drawing an Among Us character. I have not drawn an Among Us character on my sprite, I'm afraid. That one you're gonna have to use your imagination for, I'm afraid. Alright, I'm gonna put this on the other screen for me. But I'm just gonna hide it in OBS because I think this will be annoying. You, a sprite. I need to now add all of these into my map. So what did I say, like 28 or something? I'm gonna move air down here. Whee! Air grass. I'm guessing you can see. Yeah, you can. Let's see. After grass is number 15. That's also grass. Grass 2. We got grass 1 and grass 2. You are a grass. Crazy, right? And everything down from here will be like so. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. What did I say? 28? I guess there's 30 tiles total. I think I do need a third monitor because I always want to have something on the side, but I also want to be able to see my like stream chat. You know? Anyway, do I just want to give these descriptive names? Because I was just making the name basically match the ID. But maybe I should come up with a better name. I don't know how you define that. You need to draw up a matrix to describe which tile to use where based on its neighbors. And because we're using this, we need this triple sprite thing. Maybe not necessarily the triple sprite thing, but I feel like we need to check diagonals as well. Maybe. Do we need to check diagonals? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe we do need to check diagonals because that crossroads sprite needs to know if it's a crossroads or if it's a black void. Okay. I was wondering if I want to come up with a better name because like this tree 1 is technically like top left corner, you know? You can't really write comments in this because this is a macro, which is annoying. What I could also do is, well, I'm not using these names anyway. Yeah, I could come up with a better name. We just call it northwest. 2 is northeast. 3 is southwest, southeast. 5 is north. 6 is south. Then we've got west east. And then we've got inner top left, like one by like single top left. Single northwest. Single northeast. I guess that's what I'll call it. Southwest. Single southeast. And then we've just got single. I can give them descriptive names, that's okay. I'm not going to write east, northeast, southwest. I think that stuff should be pretty obvious. And then this stuff is where the naming becomes pain in the ass. So I think actually grass 1 can be grass, flowers. Grass 2 can be grass. Plain. Ordinary. Normal. You know. Normal. 16. Alright, you are single left. You are single middle. Single right. Then we've got top, middle, bottom. Top, middle, bottom. Hope you can hear the music okay. Then we've got single northeast. Well, this is where it gets a little annoying. Because what differentiates this from that other northeast that we did? I don't really know. It's not single, it's like inner. These should be outer then, I guess. And then these can be inner, I think 22 through to 26. Really? 22, 23, 24, 25. Oh, I guess that makes sense. You can be inner and then... Oh, I misspelled that. Inner, northeast, northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast, and then we've got triple, top, right, bottom. So what would you call that? Triple, oh, triple. I'm just going to point out like where the air should be. Air left. Triple. Maybe not air left. Triple. Let's just do triple left. I think that's fair enough. Triple left. Triple top. Triple. I guess I should be using the northeast southwest thing. So that would be east, and this would be south. So this is north. This is west, and then that last one is quad. I don't know if it really needs these numbers. I think these seem pointless. Let's get rid of those. I think that's all correct. Now, as to how we map this is going to be the confusing part. I'm gonna head out. What platform are you going to release your game? Computers. It's C++, so you can just force it to whatever. This is not Unity, no. This is Visual Studio Code. Oh, redefinition? Oh. Oh, it's not middle. Tree single horizontal middle. This is vertical middle. Oh, that's wrong. You're vertical. Top, middle, bottom. And then you can be horizontal. I mean, these kind of look okay. Hello, Versp. It's a rare sight today. Yeah? What's the state of coding streams looking like today? Software? Which? Software and game development. This guy's writing a Minesweeper solver with the tag actually writing code. That's funny. This person's doing 3D modeling. This person's... I've got an AI tag. What's the point? Well, I guess they're happy. Are they? Maybe not. Some of these people look like they're writing code. Maybe this person says they're doing assembly, and there's a Firefox window. There's some streamers. There's the thumbnail here that looks like they've got ChatGPT on the side. Well, let's stick to what we're doing then. Build my macro. Pause the stream for a second while you compile. What am I missing? Ah, of course. So you now are just going to be free single, and you are going to be tile, grass, normal. So if we were to load the game now, we should see a bunch of single trees and that grass tile everywhere, which will look a little nicer at least than the top left tree thing that we use by default. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. Tile, grass, normal. Let's try now. And tile tree 1. Tile tree normal. Tile tree. Oh. Single? Not single. There's no randomization on that. If it's normal, you can sometimes use the flowers. Sure. Why not? So we now will see randomly some flowers on the floor. Sure, whatever. Oh, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? So this now kind of looks like what we had before, right? With the Pokemon sprites that we'd been using. The idea with like the new tile set, I think there'll be a lot less flowers on the floor, first of all. I think I'll make that a lot less common. But I wanted to basically heavily reduce the number of just pixels on the screen in general. The tile set we were using before was quite dense, which means in like a fast-paced game, you can get a bit of a headache, I think. So the idea will be that there will be just a little bit less clutter on the screen. But yeah, now we've got to make these tiles actually tile. So let me think. I was having a chat. I was having a chat with Donut about this yesterday. That was when I modified this macro here with his help. This tile category ID thing. So instead of storing health and collision per tile, we have some generic category, being it's a tree, it's a grass, it's an air, so on. Makes things a little easier later, so we can say not that this is a tree in a northwest. I want it to know if it's a tree. I can use this. I've got some notes. I forgot to mention. I spent a long time yesterday making a Trello board. Like there's like a good few hours writing up all my notes. So I've actually got like notes to work off of in like a decently organized way. So I had some stuff to do next time. Tiling. I wrote this. Use category ID. It should have a function that takes a set of floors. So either that can be the generated floors or when you break a wall. Check them and their neighbor, and then set the tile accordingly. I think that sounds pretty simple, and thanks me for setting that note, otherwise I'd have to rethink about this. I can also mark some stuff as complete, because I've now drawn some more tiles. I had a note to draw 4 more. I ended up drawing like 15 more or something. I had a note that maybe level generation should avoid 1x1s. I could just write like a, the nav area thing could just fill in 1x1s. That's possible. Should there be another layer behind walls for flavor? I think I'm not going to bother with that. Randomly flipping and rotating tiles, I think, is not a good idea. If a wall is only walls and air as neighbor, maybe it should be an air. Walls should spawn on diagonal from floors. I think they are doing that already. So, let's write our function. I don't know how confusing it's going to be. It kind of... It depends. We'll see how it looks. We're going to raise my volume a little bit on this thing. I'm going to have a function somewhere, I guess in map. It's going to take a set of laws to update. And it's going to be called, well, positions to check. Tile positions. It's going to be called refresh or update tile update tile sprites, tiles, update tile types based on neighbors, update tile update tile map, tile map, update tile map app position, update tile type based on neighbor. Update tile types based on neighbors. That's what it's gonna do. I bet you can come up with a better name. Chat. Alright, pretty simple to start with. We're a function on map. And I don't think it needs to return anything. So let me see. I think I said I wanted to check diagonals, right? So I do already have something in here iterating over diagonals, I thought. This thing. So this function here. We're already doing this when we're replacing the air with walls. This thing. This thing here just needs to do that, but with the types. So really, there should be wall positions, I guess. Because the floors won't change. So we need to check all of their neighbors, including the diagonals. Let me think. The way this current loop works is it puts you at the position of the neighbor. Really what I want to do is... I don't know if there's like a nice data type for this. There must be like some kind of flattened array where you get... Let me draw this out. Paint. We have our tile in the middle. So we have 8 neighbors, right? And you could technically flatten that. This music makes it a little hard to think, I'll be honest. I feel like I'm like committing a crime. Let's put it on something else. This is less crimey. Technically you could extend this out. Whatever. You could extend this out to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you could fill in 1, 2, 3, and so on, all the way down to 9. And then I could have a lookup table where you compare. I guess this could be a byte, and you compare that to work out what type to get. So you could say the bytes for a... This piano is also a little aggressive. The bytes for, like... Let's say, for example, our tile is here. And this is floor... Oh, it's hard to see. This is floor, this is floor, this is floor. Hang on, is this correct? It's that tile. I want to make like a top left, for example. So, yeah, sorry, this is air, 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 air. This is wall, and this is floor. This could be represented like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Grass, black, grass, thing. Hey, Menace. You're my lost son, Logan. Yeah, I didn't know I had a son. I don't know why I made 9. You could technically say that this is now the byte pattern for a top left wall. How the fuck am I gonna write that? Do I need to just draw them all out? I guess I could do it as a const expert. Like if I were to design this in code, I could write it like this. This is going to be annoying to write. I could write it like this. Why are you so large? Come on. You are not size 14. Get out of here. Wait, hang on. How would I do this? Well, whatever, the middle doesn't matter. Middle can be air as far as I care. Let's say wall is 1. Air. Wall. I guess wall. You're a wall, aren't you? You'd write it like this. Oh, fuck. Oh, I did. Okay, it did work. And then that could be... Because this is, I think, a bit easier for me to literally make. And then it could actually be turned into this. I guess it doesn't have to be a set. I could write it like as the bytes directly, like this. Something like that. I'm just trying to think of a visual way to do this, basically. I'm sure there's a million ways to do this. There might even be something that someone else has already... I don't think drawing this is like in code is that hard, because then what you do is you get all the types of the neighbors, you construct one of these lists, and then you check it against the lookup tables. Or we just have a function that you put the you put this byte into, and it will return. It will just do like a big for loop. It's just that it will be a bit of a hassle to make. Is that sensible? I guess I could test it. I could just hard code it for now and just see if it seems sensible. Because alternatively, you can just say like, you could write it in code. You could say if neighbor at y-1 and neighbor at y-, blah 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 blah. Horrible, right? I think this is okay. So, let me think about this. I can delete paint off the screen so I can read my note. So, let's say that it wants to be in a function. I'm just going to put it in here for a second. Wall, top. Well, actually, what do I call it in here? You're not in map, I guess. You're in the header, you know? I could even have this on the... Like, I could have this in the macro. This could be returned in the macro. And then what did I say this would be? 0, 0, 0. 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 2. And then what do you need to do? You need to prefix it with... How do you make something a byte again? Fuck. You? There was a way, because otherwise this won't actually be zeros, will it? I know I haven't seen. There's byte. There's no byte type. What you want is an unsigned char. It's char. You want to use char. Oh, there is also std byte. You do arithmetic, which may be a deal breaker. I don't need to do arithmetic. I just need to... Oh, what's wrong? Yeah, this clearly isn't how you do it. Now, I thought there was a way where you just type, like, the letter B behind it or something. Just char? No, that's not it. I want specifically an unsigned char, so I guess that would be a char 8t. So this shouldn't get deleted, right? If I put this in here, it still has those leading zeros. That's kind of the important bit. Dude, Toho Relaxing Music 2 has Demetri in it? It's crazy. Oh, they've just got the intro. Okay, it makes some sense. Let's say it looks like this. Because in reality, it's going to... I don't know if there's like a really easy way to format this in a way that's readable. Maybe not. Might just have to pre-calculate this. In fact, there's probably a way to pre-calculate this. They really just played the first, like, 30 seconds of the intro. That's crazy. But anyway, I just want to see if this works. I need to build up my byte for it, my char. Char, neighbor... Well, not even neighbor. What would I call this? Neighbor pattern? I'll just call it byte pattern. Something like this. Is there a way to get the iterator in this case? Well, I could also do this. UNAT. Yeah. UNAT. I guess I do want to do... Yes, Codium. I don't know what that is. I guess I do want to do byte operations on it. I want to do some bit operations. Bitwise operations. Basically, my point is, like, I want to build up a mask and say, like, let's say, for example, we want a UNA to be, neighbor, let's just say, type. Actually, char won't work for this, because I was going to have a different... that won't work. I was going to have a different, we need to check for walls, air, and floor, which is 3 things. Binary, obviously, you can have 2. This won't work. Let's just make it a STD array of UNAT. I'll call it template pattern, and you are going to be written like this. And then what I can do, make it a little easier to read, is that. Oops. No? Alright, the formatter is not doing what I wanted it to do. That's a pain in the ass. Alright, well, whatever. I might have to just do this in fucking Paint or something. Array, you in AT, and you're of size 8, of course. What's wrong? Access elements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess the middle element. Yeah, you'd be 9 then, fine. This is the tile pattern for this. I want to do, well, I don't have to come up with anything too fancy. Tile category ID is what I can simply store in there. So you are actually going to be a tile category. Fuck, do I not have access to that? Oh, tile category ID. So you are going to be... it's even a little easier to read, right? I'm just going to replace the zeros with air. And the ones with wall. Tree. I guess I should think about that. Or even like collision types. No. Category. Alright. So this is the pattern for what a northwest tree looks like. There must be a way to procedurally generate this, but I'm kind of stupid. And I can't currently think of a way to do that. Basically, there should be a way to do this for every permutation. There definitely must be a way to do this in the macro. Well, anyway, we're just going to do it for one now and see if the idea even makes sense. So, blah, 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 blah. What we're going to want to do is construct an STD array for every wall position. STD array pattern, you're going to be one of these. Reallocate everything in there to air, I guess. And then what we want to do is honestly we can just sort of hard code this like such. I can say bit of air. We're going to fill up each element of this. Come on. This. We're going to do get tile copy is correct. Dot navigation area ID. Oh, navigation area ID. No, that's not it. I want tile category ID. Get tile category ID. Can't do that. Is it just called get tile category ID? Yes. Okay, we just use this function instead. Call that on its type. That's not it? Oh, we have to hang on, I've done this wrong. You want a vec3, right? Okay. So this gives us a pattern. And then this isn't really the way I want to do it later, so just as a proof of concept. If pattern is exactly equal to pattern tile blah blah blah, then set tile at floor. Actually, it's update tile position. We do this auto tile, and then we want tile dot. Why is it not? You give me a tile type, don't you? Or a tile itself, I think. Tile.type is equal to, and then that. And this feels like something you could do in a macro. Which we all know I'm really good at, right? I love macros, I'm so good at them. Else, set it to, I don't know, bottom. That's just something random. And then what's wrong? The parameter is copied. Continue making it a const reference. That's a good idea. What did I call this? That's a great idea. And now it's wrong. A type specifier is required for all declarations. You sure? Hang on. Oh, you need to return something, of course. You also avoid here. Yeah, const top positions. Okay. This is the proof of concept, at least. So in level generator, after generate floor happens, after we've done all of this, we should do map dot and then pass in. Do we have wall positions? We don't. Probably want to store that then. Do I? Yeah. Let's just do that for now, because this is only doing generation. So I'm gonna say wall tile coordinates is this. Be okay. Oh, it's not dot in place, it's dot pushback or what? Hang on a moment. I guess we're doing set tile. Where am I adding this to the floor tile coordinates? Oh, dot insert. Okay. It should be const, that's a good start. And then at the end we want to return all tile coordinates. It simplifies things a little bit later. Let's see. Am I using that in the other function? The mice are back. Doesn't seem to be doing anything, does it? Level generator system. Oh. Okay. Well, this makes sense. Oh, actually, this is a good point. Do I literally need to come up with... What kind of pattern would this even? Why are you called floor? You should be wall position. Now I suspect that this update tile thing just isn't working, so let's see. Stop this. Yeah, more Demetry. Maybe I should just be using set tile in this case. Wait, set tile is the wraparound update tile. Tile equals new tile. I kind of thought this would just work. Oh, maybe it does work. Maybe the rendering engine just doesn't know how to render it. That's actually probably what it is, right? That would make sense. I've not added this to the there should be no like top left ones then, I guess. Well, I think this is meant to be top left. Actually, I'm kind of surprised this is doing this. This Okay, let's just use set tile in this case. Set tile, I'm going to pass in a new tile, and let's just construct a tile based off this type. Just to have something different. Debug. You can't construct a tile with just a type? Set tile. Excuse me? You should just be able to construct one. I guess the navigation area idea would be different. I thought update would be correct. Actually, update should be correct, because this will happen after navigation. I guess it could happen before. Oh, this isn't a tile ref. This is constructing a tile. You should be a tile ref. Sorry, what did I do? Get tile copy not found. What? Must have deleted something stupid. Ah, I added a Z. There we go. This should now not render anything because our shader does not know what these tiles are. Yes. Okay, fantastic. We're getting somewhere. And look, when you blow them up, it spawns the other tree. Okay, good start. Hang on a moment. You should know, because these things have a... I'm using tilemap.png. Did I not save this? Oh, maybe I didn't export this in a while. Tilemap.png. Hang on. I was kind of hoping I wouldn't have to change the shader, so that's just why I'm surprised it didn't immediately work. Okay, no, I just didn't export. Okay, I just happened to pick some things that didn't exist. Let's see, is there a top left anywhere? Why are you a solo one? I don't know. Maybe we make it a bit more obvious. Instead of top left in our test, we do instead of this, let's just do grass. We just turn it into flowers. That should be okay. Now it should be bonkers obvious. If there's a single top left one anywhere that this kind of works. I don't see it. Flowers look pretty though. It's funny, they don't have collisions now. Okay. I thought this was working. Okay, that breakpoint is not getting hit. Actually never getting hit. Okay. Yeah, tree. Oh, hang on, actually. Why are you air? This doesn't make sense. Does it? Yeah, it does make sense, doesn't it? Everything above it's air. Ah, this is incorrect. I don't know how I fucked this up so much. Air. Free. Hang on, why did I write this so weirdly? Oh, it's because it's on another row. Okay, that's fucked with things. I should do it like this then. So, top row is all out. And then an air. Tree, air, tree, grass. So that should be working. Okay, let's try a simpler one. Well, it should still... Let's try one where it's just surrounded, so... That would be grass everything except for the middle. If there's a single tree by itself, then it should be drawn like this. Why is that not the case? Why isn't my other breakpoint getting hit? Alright, fine. Your pattern is this. Let's just use whatever this is. No, why does it look so ugly? So this is a thing that we know exists. Can I please review? Oh. You want to get one of your friends or school teachers to do that, right? I'm not a teacher. Probably something matching whatever that title was this morning. Something matched it. There should be something in the level that looks like that. But where? I don't really know what kind of wall I just made. Maybe this pattern thing isn't quite... I think the diagonals might be making this a lot harder than it needs to be, but if you aren't checking diagonals, I feel like you don't... You may not know to use. I'm confused what rage of OpenGL SFML are. Use Google. I'm not a search engine. Look, it's shown up here. So whatever this is here is I guess a bottom wall. You're confused what Raylib, OpenGL, SFML are. OpenGL is a graphics API, like bare metal to use the GPU. It's quite challenging for a beginner maybe. SFML is a wrapper around, I suppose, OpenGL, which is a lot easier to get into, and Raylib is I guess an alternative to SFML. If you're a new user, you know, try whatever you think looks interesting. Experiment. You're 16, I'm sure you got loads of free time, right? Just spend like an evening with each of them. See which one you like. You can do plenty with SFML. OpenGL might be a bit more of a project. So I go with Raylib. I am. I'm wondering if I should just sit down and work out the neighbor graph. Look, here it is. So the thing we've got here seems to be somehow... Yeah, debugging OpenGL as a beginner will be a pain. This seems to be... There's a grass above it. There's an air to the top left, to just above it. That can't be right. I feel like this code isn't working. Oh, it's because I'm stupid. You want to know why I'm stupid, chat? This doesn't... This doesn't go clockwise. I'm so stupid, I'm sorry. So clockwise would be... -x plus y. And then x plus y. And then x plus this one. I'm so stupid. Okay, and then the middle section would be x minus 1 y. And then x, y. Where's x, y? I guess there's no neighbor for x, y. So it would be x plus 1 y. And then it would be the final row would be minus middle plus. So that now makes a lot more sense to me. that makes a lot more sense. I hope. So our let's make a left wall, because there's lots of left walls, right? A left wall should have I'm just in Sprite for a second. A left wall should be air all. Well, it doesn't really matter what's above. I guess just above would be a tree. And then on the right, you'd want to have grass. I guess. I mean, this doesn't really matter. I guess in this case, the diagonal doesn't matter. So maybe I need to have checks for certain things on diagonals and certain things... Ah, that's annoying then. Sometimes it shouldn't matter. The vertical wall does not care what's in the top right of it. So yeah, maybe I just do orthogonals, and then work out the diagonals another way. If I even need to do diagonals, maybe I'm overthinking that. I might be overthinking it. Maybe I might be overthinking it terribly. Okay, let's try orthogonals. Let's see. So we don't need the top right, top left, sorry, top right, bottom left, bottom right. We just need up, left, right, down. Okay, that might make this a little easier. And then maybe I just started too fast. I feel like this doesn't make all the combinations I want, but you know, again, so let's make a top left block would be surrounded with air on the top and left, and then walls on the bottom and right. Oh, sorry, tree. I should change this to wall. Certainly simplifies the logic, yeah. Let's just do basic logic first, and then move on from there. So northwest is this, northeast is going to be this, southwest will be this, and southeast will be this. The northeast is left is air, this is wall, air. Wait, so what order have I done this in? I didn't do northeast, southwest. No, I did do northeast, southwest. No, I did northwest, southeast. Let's do never eat shredded wheat. So north, east, south. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Grab this stuff, store it in hell, because I may come back to diagonals. I may come back to this in a minute. So we do northeast, southwest, north, east, southwest. That makes things a bit easier for me, I think. So you are northwest. Air, wall, wall, air. Air, wall, wall, air. Northeast is air, air, wall, wall. That's that. Southwest is wall, wall, air, air. And then finally you will be wall, air, air, wall. I should rename this if I can. It's just going to be tree for now. I can't be asked. So this should... Oh, it's not going to do the diagonals yet. Hang on. So I guess I could maybe put all of these arrays into some other array to iterate through. Let's do a vector for now. This is going to change constantly. Definitely a better way to write this, I'm well aware. This is the fun of fucking around, basically. I need to give you a name. Atoms. Why not do this? Just a quick type def. So we construct a pattern, and then we say for pattern in patterns, if pattern wall pattern, and this will be a const auto patterns, if all patterns is equal to this, then I mean, I guess you need to be a pair of vector to a thing. This is when this should be a macro, I guess, but let's soldier on. STD pair of this and tile category ID. You're going to be this. It's a little stupid. I know. Oh, it's not tile category ID. What are you? Tile type. Oops. Maybe it's not without this. What does this say? Tile tree outer northwest. Tile tree outer northwest. Okay. Sure. Why not? Now you put a comma at the end and now it's happy. I mean, the comma didn't quite work. At least I want you to match the case. Ah, fuck it. Something like that. You should be first. You then do update tile. Tile type equals pattern. Tile type dot second. And then otherwise you just update it to let's just say tile quad. Let's just do something weird for first. Actually, his quad's a bit obvious. Let's make it flowers. And then the other place we're using flowers, I'm just going to temporarily disable it. The flowers means it's a wall in this case. Let's see. Not the neatest, but let's see if the idea at least works. Doesn't seem to be working. Let's see. I do not see anything. Okay, let's have a think. Ah, it's because I'm always doing this afterwards. Then we'll want to break. And I was thinking about this as I was writing it. I just forgot to write it. In this case, the tile grass flowers is just like a backup, meaning I haven't written the code for it yet. It doesn't seem to be doing that. Oh, hang on, it's not doing what I meant. It shouldn't be break, it should... I want to get out of this one for loop. And the one... Well, we can do this. For now. It's not obviously a good clean solution, but I'm just fucking around for a moment. We can come up with a better way in a moment. I think this is a faster way for me to iterate. So we've got a top left tile there, we've got a top right tile there. Got another top right. We don't seem to have any bottom left tiles. This is bottom left. Why are you not considered a bottom left? When above you is a wall, to your left is a wall. Your right and bottom are not. Good question. Why is bottom left in this thing not working? Is bottom left just not working at all? It works here. That's weird. Southwest involves, if you're in the southwest, that means that you have a tree to above you, a tree to your right, and then air to your bottom and your left. How was that not the case there? North, east, south, west. Not like a floating point error, is it? Because I'm going from a position. Should I be flooring this, maybe? I'm assuming position is... Guess that could be a problem. Maybe I should make it so on click I can see. No, that'd be stupid. I guess I could put a breakpoint in here and just make sure I'm checking the right thing. Position's an IVEC anyway, right? Yeah. I don't know why I'm doing point F in here then, that's pretty stupid. Oh, it's still a pattern of 9. Okay, that's stupid. Okay. I was defaulting to, I guess, air? The others or something? I don't know. That makes complete sense. Alright, now that should help. A little bit at least. I don't know why you're not working. You are bottom left. You are bottom left. You are bottom left. You're bottom left. Bottom right. This wall here. You have a wall here, an air here, and an air here. Yet you are choosing to be flowers. I'm wondering if it's just better to have a big cascading if, you know? If neighbor above is this, then if neighbor to the top left is this, and neighbor blah 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 blah. I just thought this patterns thing seemed interesting. Air tree. I guess it doesn't work if there's walls nearby, and that doesn't make sense. Or floors. Let me have another look. So in this example, you are surely wall, air, which should be a southwest. But what are you're not? You're something else. This is so annoying to debug. It could be possible that I'm just fetching things incorrectly. But this is the behavior I normally do for getting positions from things. For example, where I'm setting nav areas and whatnot. Maybe I could print the patterns. Don't know how helpful that is. Is that printable? I guess not. My music end. Is this the one that had... Ah, you'll do. I kind of thought maybe this would just work. I could maybe static cast it as int. I know you in 8T. I spelled 8T wrong, didn't I? This will spam the Christ out of my console, but maybe it'll give me something to look at. Oh, I should have used fmt print ln. Why do I feel like I'm going to war with this music? Are we getting a fight? Give me like... Give me Toho relaxing music. No, give me Blue Archive relaxing music. This is what I need. Finally. Alright, let's see the debug output. Not a lot of the walls seem to have air around them. Is it possible that it's spawning floors and walls together? No, probably not. Why? Northeast, northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast. I just realized that these are like where the air are, like these two characters. Let me maybe make some more pipes. Let's say, oh, what did I call them? Northeast, southeast. Yeah, let's just do these. No, so northeast, southwest. North means northeast, south, west. Oh. Let's try this. The walls along the top should be done, right? Yeah, only some of them are. There's definitely something wrong in my thinking. Like these have tiled. You haven't. I guess you should be a top right diagonal. Air, wall, wall. Stumped. I'm thinking I should maybe start to try and move this over to a macro somehow. I'm wondering if this is even a good approach. I guess I could Google what developers normally do. C++ tile set map. What do people online say? This person's made an int grid based on their neighbors. That's what I've done. Try a different one. Dynamically loading maps in a tile engine. C++ auto tiling. What? Maybe people have advice. A bitwise method for applying tile maps. That's what I was thinking about earlier. But I don't think it will work because I need air. And usually you can't put multiple things per bit. That's kind of the whole point of a bit. So there's only got 2 things. Removing air. I don't exactly see how this is a bitwise map if you're removing something. Okay, this efficient runtime tiling. I've got a blog on it. I think I might be down an okay path, honestly. This is a very old 10-year Reddit post. This is Game Maker. That's crazy. Common approach is to use bitwise. Yeah, I was thinking about that. But if you have a bit mask sprite, how do you have air and floor as 2 things? Like this article's suggesting what I did, where you basically construct a map based on the neighbors. But they're assuming that you're only checking for one. They're just saying the neighbor is 1 if it's a wall. But I have different tiles for walls versus grass. You know? I guess they're assigning... Oh, that makes sense. Technically, you can calculate a number from this vector, which is what I sort of had. Introducing corner tiles. Oh, I see what they've done. They're calculating what you should be based on all the IDs of the surrounding things to get a result. Multiple terrain types. They all assume, what do we need? We need a 5-bit bit masking solution to define 2 terrain types. We're no longer accounting for empty space. It needs to be surrounded by another tile. I don't know about that. I do agree that what I've written here is a bit heavy. This was just sort of meant to be proof of concept, but I'm a little confused why the proof of concept isn't quite working. There's places where I would have expected this to work, and it hasn't. Alright, I have an idea. I'm gonna bring up A-Sprite. What I'm gonna do... can I, like, save this stuff? Remap tile. Oh. That's interesting. I don't know what that quite is. Interesting. Okay, I want to save as a copy and just say experiment. This is our experiment. I want this to be a very big canvas. Let's say like 1080 by 1080. It's off. Canvas size. 512 times 2 is 1024. It's still off by 1, really? Is that not? Maybe I got the maths wrong. 512. Hang on. 64 times 64. Big number, divided by 4. 1024. Oh. Okay, now it's okay. Anyway, per tile, I was thinking of just drawing out like how its neighbors, how it should look based on its neighbors. So if I view grid settings, I want you to be 48 by 48. No wait, sorry. 0, 0, 48 by 48. Am I losing my mind? Select, view, grid. Width, sorry, 16 by 16. No, I want you to be 48 by 48. Hello, Pop. Alright, I don't know why the grid isn't doing what I'm asking, but that's okay, I guess. You just need to make sure there's 2 gaps between everything. Just like doing one of those fucking tree farms in Minecraft, right? I'm hoping at least if I see the data laid out like this, it should be a little easier for me to get an idea. So top left, if this is all void. Top right, if this is all void. Or void. Void. I guess void, void, void. This could be void or grass, which is kind of annoying. Void, 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 void. Okay, this is now I'm seeing the data laid out like this. I see why my approach wasn't working. Why it's nice sometimes to maybe like just see your data, if that makes sense. Like visualize a problem. I certainly didn't. Like some of these are pretty obvious, right? It's a top left corner if there's a wall here and here. Here, 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 here. Here, 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 here. Maybe I should, just for this argument, come up with a new sprite that's just a square, just a green square. Maybe a nicer green. Oops. I guess maybe you test for like complicated shapes first, and then you end up eventually considering alternatives. Because really, I guess you usually just care about where walls are. Hang on a moment. Let's make these a bit further apart. I already fucked this up. 3 by 3. 3 by 3. Also, this is more complicated than I kind of thought it was going to be, but that's always the case with these things. Alright, this for this, we'll have this color for floor, I guess. And we'll have purple for like, we just don't care. So with these guys, oops. Let's make grass a nicer color. Floor, 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 floor. You're probably floor there, floor there. I think this should only be if there's floors all around like that. Maybe there's a way to convert this drawing I'm making into bytes. That would be something. Maybe that's a thing. I mean, I can just encode it somehow. It's really. This be a wall. This could be a wall. This be a wall. I guess this here doesn't really matter. Yeah, maybe drawing it out was a smart idea. Do you really care what's on the corners? I'm not sure. This purple's a little hard to see, so I'm just going to make it white. I'm just going to put purple, like, anything. This can be, like... It can be, like, a... Ah, shit. little easier to read, maybe. I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Whatever. You get the idea. For you want round like this, and then you don't really care about the rest. I think by default they shouldn't care. And then we fill in the rest. So the pattern doesn't have to be precise, it just has to be like a mask, I guess. That makes sense. The top left guy, like, do you care what's up here? I don't think you do. I think the more of these, like, don't care things, maybe the better. You only usually care what's on your direct. Maybe this is just the pattern. Let's see. For a top left thing, these things down here are the only things that matter. And these two, I guess. Over you. Same for you, same for so you're a wall at the top. That makes sense. Go the flip. Right. Makes sense. Like an inner corner. I think this will usually be grass, but I think it doesn't really care. Really, it just wants this stuff. And then I think you don't care about there either. Even though that is usually how it'll be drawn, I think it shouldn't care. Ideally, I want to see basically all the corners, most of the corners be question marks. Because then basically I start by checking for things with corners, and then I just do orthogonal testing, which I would hope would trivialize this stuff. If you understand my thought. Like, I think... Yeah, like, you may not need to care about these. Like, this will be floor, so maybe we do need to care, but let's just see. Mostly, you're a wall that's next to wall, next to void. That's the main important thing. Okay, this is nice. I'm starting to see patterns emerge. Yeah, this is looking pretty good, actually. I quite like this. Let's see. So for you, think that's true. You just need to have ground like this. Tree, tree, ground, ground. Yeah. This is really nice. Hang on. Okay, this is really nice. Whatever the fuck I've come up with here, it looks great. I know that there's going to be some algorithm to work this out, but maybe I am the algorithm. Because what this means is you first check to see if it's this weird quad thing, and we can just ignore the quad at the start. Like, who cares? Backup will just be draw everything. So let's see. I think this is just it, right? I just need to write this out. I'm just gonna do that. Fuck it, just do the work, right? Have a sip of your fucking crack and then get on it. Buckle down, lads. And by lads, I mean me. I'm also covering you in Ace Bright, so don't do anything weird while I'm not looking. I might do... grass, tree. I'm gonna flip these two. I think that makes sense. I'm also gonna replace the word tree. Wow. With wall. And then grass, I'm going to similarly replace with floor. Because I will be probably reusing all of this in every future level. Now that will break stuff over here. Basically my idea is air is 0, wall is 1, floor is 2. So, same here, I guess. Wondering if I should already start trying to do this in a macro. That's basically what the macro does, right? It should be able to at least do this weird pairing thing that I've done here. That would be smart, wouldn't it? I guess enum tile categories, not you. I would need a way to convert, well, actually, enum tile types. Yeah, I don't want to put another variable on tile type. I would rather have a function that... So maybe I do just have all the patterns written out. I'll put Ace Bright in the corner just so you can see what I'm working for. Up here somewhere. I will write them in place here, and then I'll extract them. Okay? Don't get too frightened. Let's see. In fact, maybe I'll just grab them now. Grab them out here. I'm doing my own macro, don't tell anyone. It's gonna be so messy if I have to do it with these full, I just say like... You know what I mean? Oh, hang on. Maybe I can put these IDs in there and then I don't have to do this work. Hang on, maybe that works. Oh, have you done that? Oh, it's an enum class. Can you have variables in an enum class in this language? I don't think so, right? It's just an integer, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think it would like this. What's wrong? Yeah. That's a shame. I guess you should be... Yeah, this shit ain't gonna work. Alright, whatever. I'll just, Just gonna do it like this. And then I'll do a big refactor at the end. What did I call this? And then I need to put you just above. Oops. You're a tile type? Are you not an array of... I wish you wouldn't format like this. You start doing save without formatting or something. Whatever. Maybe this will help. Almost. I guess we don't need grass and flowers. Oh, that works. Let's see. I want you to be a pattern. Yeah, it just doesn't want to accept a 0, I guess. That's annoying. I was hoping to not have to do it like this, but fine. Yeah. Now what? Okay, that's fine for now. Yeah, now it's gonna fucking break. Well, anyway, I'm just gonna write this out. So northwest is air, wall, wall, air. Air, wall, wall, air. You are wall, wall, sorry, air, wall, wall. You are wall, wall, air, air. You are wall, air, air, wall. You are air, wall, ground, wall. I'm gonna rename this T. I think this should be a W. And then you should be 4, I guess. Where was I? North. You should be, in fact, can I make you have an A in it? Oh, thank God. That makes things a little easier. Yeah. A little easier. No, I don't have to think. So, wall. Air, wall, floor, wall. Air, wall, floor, wall. South. Floor, wall, air, wall. West. Wall, floor, wall, air. East. Wall, air, wall, floor. Floor, wall, wall, floor. What was it? Floor, wall, wall, floor. Wall, floor. You tired of hearing me say this, chat? Anyone still there? Floor, floor, wall, wall. Hang on, what? Oh, it should be the other way. Southwest. Wall, wall, floor, floor. Sorry. Wall, wall, floor. Let me check Twitch. Hotel dinner. Okay, there's still people, I guess. Let's see. Southeast. Wall, floor, floor, wall. I think this is fine. Sometimes I like doing some manual shit like this. It makes me feel like I'm a monkey. Single. Floor, 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 floor. Wow. And then I'm not bothering with quad. For now. I'll add it to my to-dos. Where is my Trello? Here it is. Quality of life for me. Oh wait, I already have that. No, I don't have that. ImGUI toggle to draw walls / floors with mouse, so we can test these things. That'd be nice. Horizontal left. Wish there was a zoom level between these, but whatever. Horizontal left, we've got floor, wall. Most of these are not going to have air anymore, so I'm just going to replace all the air with floor, I guess. Okay, left. Floor, wall, floor, floor. floor, wall, floor, 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 wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, 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 wall, floor, 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 wall, floor, floor, wall, floor, 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 wall, floor, wall. We now need a category for I don't care, which is going to be interesting. I guess it could be optional. Hang on. Maybe I just make it optional. Bloody hell. Does it? Maybe it doesn't like that. No, it doesn't like that. I'm hoping a pair of like optional pattern to tile type would be okay, but I guess not. Oh, is it actually optional with a capital? No, it's not. Well, that's okay. Oh no, wait. You should be the optional one. Whoops. Yeah, that's fine. We. Oh. No, wait, I don't know why that's not working. I guess instead of STD optional, I can just use... I can just make an unused void type. It's annoying. Or I could just replace my question marks with values. That works too. Hang on a moment. Yeah, let's just do that. Let me think. Walls? Wall, floor, floor does intervene with what we had over there, though. I don't exactly know how it's meant to pick which one. Maybe I shouldn't have drawn two really similar ones. Maybe that was stupid. Yeah, what was the use case of these? Hang on. I guess you can still see my Aspirate, right? Why did I make these weird ones? Is it possible to just use... It's not. Well, in this case, then, those corner pieces are for when there's a wall diagonally. Would there be a wall here? No, there wouldn't. Good question, me. Why would you have that? Maybe you only use this if there's a floor here. Maybe that's the case. Somehow, there's a floor there. I guess you have to check diagonals on this. Is that true? Yeah, maybe you have to check diagonals on this. So these are for single file. And you only know if something's single file if its neighbor has... Yeah. Okay, I think that makes sense. For the single file ones, these, instead of question marks, you should be... wall. Oh, sorry, not wall, floor. You need to start checking the diagonals again, which is a little annoying. That's okay. It implies that there is a floor in between. I think. Which is a little niche, I guess. Likewise, I guess this one also checks that, but... Yeah, I think that's the case. Some of these will need to have diagonals in them. Yeah, that makes sense. So the quad can come back, but you have to be a pattern diagonal. And a quad is a little bit more complicated. A quad is floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall. Makes sense. The only other things that care about quads are those single file ones, I guess. Well, technically if I'm going to make the single files like that, I should also check the other single files like this. That's annoying. I think the idea is meant to be that there's floors on either side of these. Like so. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, maybe it's just the diagonals. The single ones. Single inner, these. Yeah. Maybe. These are quads. So you'll need to be checked further. Why are you angry at me? I'll convert to tile type. Okay, now it's fixed. Okay, where was I? Southeast, single is just surrounded by floors. Horizontal left, we've done. Vertical, horizontal, is this correct? Single horizontal right. Floor, 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 wall. Yeah, that's right. I guess we were here. Split them up a little bit for readability. We need to do the vertical ones. So floor, floor, wall, floor, 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 wall, floor. Middle is wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, floor. Bottom is wall, floor, floor, floor. Fine. Triple west is wall, 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 air. I guess all of these will be walls usually, right? So it should be as simple as just putting the air where the name is. So north, east, south, west. Easy enough. And now we just need to do these inner ones, which are a little hassle. I didn't really decide I was going to do nothing, did I? Question mark. Kind of. Let's have an undefined. I guess UNAT doesn't fit in there. 0, I guess. So northeast is it's default to undefined just because it's annoying to have to type it. Let's see. You are undef floor, undef floor. It's annoying. Floor, wall, undef wall, floor. Wish there were. Let's see. Undef floor, undef. Wall, floor, floor. What? Yeah, wall, floor, wall, undef. Undef wall floor. Floor wall. Undef floor undef. And finally floor wall undef. Wall. Floor. Under, floor, under. So, unless I made a mistake, which very likely, let's be real, this is our map. Hey chat, what are you looking at? Thank you, Mystic. Hey Donut. Interesting that you just got here. Did I summon you? I might have just summoned you. It's really an interesting timing on your behalf. It's interesting timing on your behalf. How are you? Perhaps you're looking at my screen. Perhaps you're looking at my screen. Perhaps. Uh-oh. So, I can bring you up to speed. I think I finished my tile set. What game am I working on? 2D shooter. The source code is not public. I mean, you can see my screen, obviously, but the repo is private. Yeah. Hello. Anyway, I made my tile set. I fucked around for a while, and I decided to sit down and work out where to use which tile where. Short of writing an algorithm to do it for me, I just sat down and did it. I noticed that most of these don't care about diagonals, but there are a handful. So there's like a quad tile that cares, and these weird inner corners, these care. But otherwise, most things only check orthogonals. I have in map. I have you can delete these now, I guess. I did a proof of concept we can just nuke. Nice color palette, thank you. I made it myself. Have I been bitten by something? Anyway, I have a pretty simple algorithm that constructs a like 4x4 array based on your neighbors and their type, which matches with a pattern that I've now manually calculated. And if they match the pattern, then use that tile type. I noticed sometimes it wouldn't work, and I didn't quite know why. I think it's just because the equality test was too vigorous. How far are you into development? We've been doing this originally since like 2020, like COVID somewhere. But then we restarted in like 2023, so we're about 3 years in. I'm currently writing like the auto tiler, so like when the level generates, it properly draws all this stuff. Because until now we've just been using some Pokemon Crystal sprites. We've just been using a single tree, but now it's time to get some nice tiling. Anyway, the work I've just done, I mentioned a few times that there's definitely a way to do this with a macro, because I'm writing a link between a pattern, which is an array, and a tile type. I considered using just like an int or a byte, but I realized that to make my pattern work, I need to store more than just 2 things per element of that byte. So I don't just want to look for wall or floor, I want wall, floor, air, or I don't care. So that's why I've ended up with an array here. An array of type. I'm using undefined, and I've just made this now to mean like I don't, like this pattern may not care necessarily. That's what the question marks can mean. You shouldn't be a question mark, actually. You should be... Hang on, I've immediately spawned something. Let's just make sure that our... Yeah, so this is what it's kind of potentially be the problem. It's manual. Manual human. Let's see, northeast. No, oh no, I think I did this properly. Triple... Yeah. Alright, anyway, Actually, how many question marks are left that are in use? Oh yeah, these diagonals, for example, this like inner corner. He is the exact same as the other diagonal, which is this one, except it has to be a floor here. And I guess this diagonal should probably care that there's a void there. But my thought was basically to just check through all the diagonal stuff first, and then apply the orthogonal ones. So I'd rather not make this diagonal. I think this would get picked up. If it's a diagonal that's floor, floor, wall, wall, but there's no floor here, it will be given this sprite. So I think that's fine. Anyway, I have a strong feeling that there's definitely a way to put this into the macro, but I couldn't work out an amazing way because I still need to have this data somewhere, right? I still need to have the map. So that's basically what the information is here. But there's probably a way to not have a pair here. Each tile that gets updated is meant to check its neighbor for every possible pattern and then choose the middle tile from the chart. No, it doesn't pick the middle tile. That could have been another way to do it, I guess. Make this... No, it constructs a pattern from its neighbors. So in here... Hang on, my music's a bit quiet. You can see here it's literally just doing... It's constructing a pattern based on north, east, south, west. So it's going to store... There's a wall here, wall there, floor there, for example. And then it will look at the patterns and it'll try to find something that matches that. Let's say like the northeast. And if this matches, then it looks at the second element of the pair, which is the type to use. Which I should think works. I had a brief look online. Like I kind of wanted to try and hack at this myself instead of just following like a guide, but I did have a brief look. A lot of people talking about like bit masking and stuff, which I'd considered, but I want a bit more control than that. Yeah, I think most people just use an engine which does this for them. I saw an interesting one where you you like... Oh, sorry, I'll talk in a second. Hey, Lane.
Sorry I haven't been around.
Oh, it's been a while.
I got a new position at work as Spirit Spire for my company, accompanied by lots of gigs. Having a long-term GF and modding for another channel hasn't left me with a lot of time.
Wow.
Of course, I continue to support my OG favorite stream.
Who got me through lockdown. Much love, Lane. Thanks, Lane. 72 months, bloody hell. Yeah, it's been a while, eh? You were the one touring on boats, right? You were doing like cruise orchestra, right? That was a while ago, maybe. Or was that someone else? Spirit Spy, that's cool. Lots of gigs. Oh, actually, I guess by lots of gigs, that's what you mean. You're still doing concerts, MGF, and modding for another channel. That's awesome. Can't believe you've left me, but fair enough. Honestly, have you seen what I'm doing? That's awesome. Thanks for popping in. How have you been? It's been a minute. Yeah, you were doing cruises for a long time. Then last year you started to work for wine companies, as you do. So what? You're like buying up stock for them to resell, or what? How does it work? Sorry for interrupting. No, it's okay. You get the pass. Let me think. What was I saying? Doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep hacking away at this for now, and see if it works. And if it works, then I'm happy enough. I'm not sure the most optimal way, but it seems reasonable enough. That's a good pass. Is there a risk that multiple patterns wield a match? Yeah, there is. So my plan is sort of brute forcing it. Like I've written out all the patterns here. As I've mentioned, a couple of the patterns. Well, none of these I think overlap. Just from eyeballing it. I think. The only ones that really match are these 4 diagonals, which are only for inner walls, or for thin 1x1 walls. And the only way to know if it's a thin 1x1 wall is to know that there's a floor diagonally. So my plan is to check the diagonal stuff first, which includes this this quad. And if it's not a diagonal, then one of these patterns should match. And if it doesn't, then I'll have to make like a bright pink texture or something to make it really obvious that I don't have a pattern for that place yet. And maybe I make it so I can click on it and it shows in the ImGUI debug what the pattern is there, and then I can draw that. Yeah, you buy through trade for sales. Like, I'm aware what I'm doing is quite manual, but I think it's good for the soul to occasionally do a little bit of manual labor. I don't know. Anyway, this bit I think is also something that could be fixed with some kind of macro of some kind. I'm just gonna chuck all of these in a list. You know? Like a list of all of these, and then iterate through that list. I could also delete these individual variables and just make the list. I mean, that's fine as well, right? If I want a STD, let's just say vector for now, of this, and then I just do this. I don't know how much you guys want STDs, but you get a lot of them in programming, you know? Oh fuck, that doesn't work. I guess there's a lot of these. Whee! That at least removes some of the BS. And then obviously I need to get rid of the equals in here. Whee! Is this name, these do not need to be their own variable, right? The names could always be comments. Well, the name is just the second part of the pair. I could just switch the pair to the front, right? Simply like this. Whee! And bam. And then we need to change it in here as well. I'll be honest, I'm quite happy with this. I think it's not too stupid. The autosave also doesn't look too weird either. I don't know why some of you are behaving like this, but you know, that's okay, I guess. Sure. Maybe the names are a little long sometimes. It's a little annoying. This looks okay. Like whatever it's done here, maybe my width is just too short. Maybe I should just give up and just go to Clang fucking. Like if I go to Clang format and I change like the column count to like 120 or 150, it's just gonna fuck a bunch of my files. Like I'm gonna do a commit, and it's gonna change every fucking file. But maybe in this program I should have something a lot wider than 100, because I do use a lot of big names. You know? Maybe having tile underscore before it is pointless, I don't know. But it's a def, so I kind of want it to be explicit. Tile category ID could just be tile ID. Tile cat ID, cat ID. Yours is 180. Yeah, I might... You know what, I might rename tile category ID to like... Tile cat. Meow. Meow. You know, I think in this sort of duplicated code, it's kind of like when there's like just a massive wall of it, it's kind of okay to ignore all my naming conventions and use a shorthand. I don't know, I actually don't think this is that stupid. Is that ridiculous for me to say? Like, I've got this underscore in this name, it's fucking mank in it. Let's do this. Bam, 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 bam. Something like this. I hope you guys like multi-line. Bam, and bam. Wow, that looks weird. Hey, what's on the cards today? Tiling. We're doing tiling. And not the kind of in your house. That, like, we're doing map tiling. Isn't that fun? Oh, I flipped the pair around, didn't I? Oops. Eh? Oh, I see why you're all fucked up. Okay. Yeah, this is all fucked. Okay, let me just manually fix this. Yes, this is the Super Mario 64 version of the Minecraft song. You're not losing it. There is the sounds from Super Mario 64 behind you playing. I can hear it too. What happens when you fuck up this, though? Let's see. So you look normal. You need a comma. You need a comma. You need a comma. Everyone needs a comma. Yay. You want a comma as well, don't you? Yeah. And you're unhappy because... Oh, you should be diagonal type patterns. And you can be orth patterns, because I don't remember how to type orthogonal. Orthogonal. Don't tell anyone. It's in a header file. Yeah, I know. Why are you angry at me? Can lead to ODR violations. How about I make you static const expr or something? Like, would you be chill with that? Inline? No, inline would be really stupid. How about just plain old const? Yeah. It should probably be a raise too. Yeah, I just wanted to get the number first so I could, I didn't have to manually do it. If I do multi-line, it should tell me 23. I just didn't want to do the calculation myself. Oh, was it off by 1? 24? 22. 23. I think it's 23, isn't it? Hang on. $23. Yeah, that's correct. I don't know, you're probably like 5 or something. And then if I get rid of some of these commas, like you... You, and you. Bam. I was kind of hoping it would look a lot nicer. Alright, what's wrong, little guy? Tile type diag. Diag should have 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Const expr will be correct, but you can't store dynamically. Oh, so I can use const expr now, it's an array. Awesome. Yeah, I was just using vector for like kicks and giggles. What's wrong? Hang on a moment, sorry. Expression did not evaluate to a constant. Do I have to manually construct one? Be inline because it's in a header. Oh, I can use inline here. Okay. You want to tell me which expression didn't evaluate to a constant? How about I just comment out most of you, and then make it size 1. No viable conversion from const tile type to pair. Oh, okay, hang on, I must have written this wrong. Oh, do I need to make you an STD pair? Hang on, sorry. It's an array of tile type, which is meant to be a pair. Do I need to explicitly say... I kind of thought maybe it would just default constructor. Or just no. That can't be right. You need extra curlies around the entire array, or explicitly name the element types. Did I not... Oh, you mean around this one? STD array is technically an struct with C array inside of it. Wait. Struct. The whole... Like that? Yeah? What? What? Why? Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do you learn to code? You have a whole ass degree and you don't have it down properly. How did you get your degree? And what is it in? I mean, I learned to code from coding, like from making programs. The shorthand is to just write lots of programs. I'm still clearly getting stuff wrong. I've just done it a lot. That's the simplest advice I thought. You're a comp science engineer. How did you graduate without knowing how to program? Or when you're saying, are you being facetious? You're saying like I don't have it down properly, like you're still struggling? Because I mean, I am now like 9 or how old am I? I graduated like 7 or 8 years ago, so I have that much more experience than I did as a graduate. And I would say that as a graduate, I definitely was not taught everything I was needed. I was taught lots of useful stuff, mind you, but like 2, 3 years, 4 years, however long, it's not that long. You're still struggling. You graduated last year. I'm afraid you're asking like how do I get lots of experience quick? It's to do it. If there's particular things you struggle with, like maths or some syntax stuff or design problems, like how to architect a program, then you can like focus on that, and you can like do a course or read a book on it, or watch a YouTube video if you can retain info from a YouTube video for this, which sometimes you can. And then just practice. Are you working, or are you doing personal projects right now? Because if you're at work, it's the sort of thing that you just wait. You'll get better over time. You know, get your colleagues to help. But if you're alone by yourself, you're an intern. Okay. Are you doing software as an intern? Let's do this, by the way. Sorry, auth patterns, diagonal patterns. So before I forget, auth. I also want to get the diagonal one. A little bit of duplication. Let's just get it working first. Huh? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Pattern, diag. Or pattern, diag pattern. Auth pattern. What are you struggling with in particular, Drake? Hello, Cuppa Joe. This top left, top middle, top right, left, to the right, I guess. Bottom left, bottom right. Okay, fine. So I don't need to draw this anymore, I guess. This, I think there's a better way. So you want to start with the diagonal ones. So for pattern in diagonal patterns if diag pattern is equal to the second. Now this won't immediately work because we have like those question marks, right? So keep that in mind. It's just to get something down first. Then we'll check the auth patterns, and if auth pattern is there, then great. Fine. And then we basically want to just have a backup. This will be return, and then we'll just put this stuff in a function. If you ever want to see, like, because I keep getting, like, imposter syndrome that I'm like shit, but I think I've actually got a decent amount of experience with this. If you ever want to see, like, how shit I was, you could just look at any old VOD. Just go back and look at the stuff I was writing in, like, 2020. It was so much worse. I at least think I've gotten a little better. You know? It's complicated stuff, I guess. You work in finance. Your fundamentals are not bad. You can code, but honestly, you're tired of it. It's rigorous. You used to enjoy it, but now you're burnt out. Look after yourself. Don't. Software is hard. If you're not feeling the passion for it because you're maybe burning out a little bit at work, then I can't suggest that you do extra work. You need to have a good mental to be able to do this sort of thing. You just enjoy it so much you're just burnt out. I mean, for me, doing a project like this game helps keep software interesting because I get to make my own choices and do my own interesting stuff, which I might not get to do at work. Suggesting to write code in your own time is always a bit funny if you're feeling burnt out. What am I making today? I'm doing tiling. I've made all these nice tiles. Isn't this beautiful? And I'm now writing the code to make the game do this auto tiling for me based on this pattern they came up with. Hello, Zeldasha. Okay, hang on, let's just build first. I'm going to extract this stuff to a function. I'm going to say void, I don't know, apply pattern. Map, apply pattern, and you're going to want a reference to a position. You are a ref vec3. Regular vec3 is fine. This could be copies. And then I'm just going to pop all this stuff in there. Apply patterns, sorry. And then we'll write a little to-do. Also, apply pattern to neighbors, perhaps. Would be nice for explosions, at least. Maybe have a second function for that. Pop this all in here. So let's see. When we have a position coming in, I'm just going to mix this in there. Something like this. You could be const, I guess. Why not? Are you not enjoying that? Oh, I guess I could make you a const ref. I don't know, like copying an ivec3, like it doesn't know how much it really matters. It's lightweight enough, right? What game are you making? We're making a 2D shooter. Let's see. This obviously won't work, as I just mentioned, because our patterns have these question marks, and I haven't really done any logic to deal with that. But if there's an exact match in the diagonal, then it should look like that. If not, we'll check all the orthogonals, so I guess we can put this under here. If there's an exact match on the orthogonals, then here. And if there's no match at all, then make it look like flowers, I guess. Easiest way to get practice in is pick a bug on a piece of software you're fed up with and fix it. It's a classic, huh? Let's see. Fingers crossed it doesn't immediately crash. I would like to see that it just magically works. That would be cool, huh? The idea then is also for all the other levels, when I make a tile set, I'll just make it with the similar pattern. So I won't have to redo all this work. Let's see. Got some stuff looking normal. Let's see, so some of this will be off. Oh, this is kind of cool, actually. A surprising amount of it looks like normal, actually. Yeah, so some of this stuff will be fixed when we can get the diagonals working. Now the question marks. Kinda cool, huh? Use your heuristics is to copy if there are only 2 points or smaller, i.e. 16 bytes. IVEC 3 is 12 bytes, that's good, yeah, okay, that was my hunch. We also want to apply it when we're blowing up walls, because you see this is just defaulting to single tree, which is incorrect, but for a start, this is looking better than it did earlier, right? It's getting these, like, triple knob thing looking okay. This one here, I think, should be a 3-fer. Interesting that unless this is actually flat, no, this isn't actually flowers. This tile here shouldn't, this has to be floor underneath. Hang on, what are you? The weird knob thing. You are a, what do I call you? Single bottom. Single horizontal, single vertical bottom. It's weird that it's matched there. Yeah, undefined. Yeah, I kept saying that earlier. Yeah, that's basically what I was going to do next. Because the undefined thing should help quite a handy amount. Let's just double check everything is in here as a wall. Your floors, your walls. Oh, you know what? I guess setting it to flowers is kind of stupid. So let's, if there's no tile, I'm going to make a new tile in here. File, actually, yeah. Canvas size. I think one of the reasons this is breaking is because I'm literally setting it to flowers. So when the next thing comes over, it's checking for flowers, and not walls. So 512, leave, right? Awesome. And I just want to have a tile that is bright fucking pink. How about you let me draw on a fucking tile? Sorry, modify and reuse existing. Generate and why are you not letting me draw? Am I losing it? I don't know why it's like this. Whatever. This program can be a little confusing sometimes. Black and magenta, yeah, I can do the fucking source engine thing. Fine. Here you go, lad. Well, if it's black, it's actually a little harder to see, so I'll make it like this. There you go. That will be undefined. Save. Export as tile map. We've got a new one called undefined. Tile undefined. You'll be at 31. Legally speaking, you're going to be an undefined. Actually, I'm going to make you a wall, because this is important. Wall tree undefined. All this tile tree stuff, I'm just going to rename this shit to tile wall. Because it's not a tree, it's a wall. Tile grass, welcome to being tile floor. And now we're getting rid of all our trees and grasses and stuff. Here we go. So we've got undefined, but it's still legally speaking, it's a wall. So that means when later on they go to check it, they'll think, oh, it's a wall. All right, fine. I'll work, I guess. So somewhere in here I'm doing flowers. I'm gonna make you undefined. So if we now hit F5, we should see a handful of pink tiles scattered around the map, where we are currently not matching a pattern. I hope. Oh, look, there's a few. It does look very Source Engine, doesn't it? And if we look at it, some of them are the triangle, like the triples, right? I think you're a triple. These not working. I guess this would be. Maybe I've just not made that tile yet. I might have not made this tile yet. Or that would just be a triple. Maybe I need to make another one, actually. Like a triple, but with, like, the bottom right shaded in. I don't know. Yeah, I could see that. Well, anyway. We're getting somewhere. Let me just quickly... Where I'm doing this, this thing? Where is my explosion thing happening? Explosion system? Spawn explosion? Spawn explosion, entity destroy. I need to do map.destroy walls. Here we go. So this is where I'd probably want to also check neighbors. Because, well, it makes sense, right? If you're blowing up a wall here, you'll probably want to update the surrounding blocks as well, right? I could just make a level without mice, that would be nice. Okay. Oh yeah, don't know, I added an F2 button because I kept like losing ImGUI like off screen, so if I spam F2, it just brings it back and resizes it. Really useful. Let's see. You appear to have an infinite amount of health. That's interesting. Oh. Hang on. That's funny. No mice. Yeah, no mice. Yeah, I guess it's replacing it with, You're expecting something more like a loop with expected tile and undefined, or it's expected tile. Would that do the same thing? Yeah. Yeah, I think that would work too. Actually, that's a really good idea. I was going to loop through with some predicate to say either it's undefined, I don't care, or it's equal to mine, which is literally the same thing. Yeah, this is Minecraft with Super Mario. Okay. Interesting that it's working this way. Replace surrounding air with walls. I guess broken walls are not what you should be doing. You should be doing the neighbors of these. We should only be updating if us ourselves are a wall, which in this case is not the case. So we should also be checking our own type. If get tile copy at position dot type, sorry, not dot type, it's what did I call it? Get tile cat of this copy isn't equal to tile cat wall. Oh, sorry, if it is equal to, I guess we don't have to do the way I was going to do it. So only if it's a wall, apply the pattern. Now what's wrong? Get tile cat wants a tile type. Easy game. Here we go. So now when we blow up a floor, it's not going to replace the floor with that. We'll want to do the neighbors thing in a second. Let's do one thing at a time. Under the hood, this is SDL2 and OpenGL, but I'm using a framework called libdonut to do the graphics. because I did not want to write OpenGL myself when I started this project in 2023. Yeah, let's do the loop thing. That I think that makes sense, because right now we're just checking pure equivalence, but they are actually the same. I could even write a an override on equals, right? Don't know. I've explained what kind of game I'm making so much, but I think it's fine. I like that people are asking. I like that question enough, because it shows that people relate the stuff I'm doing on screen to like something maybe fun. You also mean the graphics API, I guess. I mean, it's a normal thing to ask, right? If you're not using an engine, how are you putting stuff on the screen? But yeah, I'm thinking. Tell me what you think. No, I'm unthinking. I was going to say I could override the equals operator, but how about we just do this? I guess I want to do I equals. Hang on. Let's just do this. It's just because it looks nicer. If cat I can say if pattern tile type I is equal to I dot. What are you again? You're a pair, right? Dot second. Sorry. Dot second I is equal to cat tile cat undefined. So if it's undefined, or it's equal to my own might rename this my pattern. Standard range is equal. Yeah, buddy. No, I think standard... I was just about to ask. I'd like to be able to do this for everything and then just return true if they're all true. Right? How do I do that again? STD range is equal. Difference between floor and air. Floor is traversable. Air means out of bounds. So a floor is literally like the grass that your character can run around on. Air just means the void. It's undefined. It's not within... It's not generated. It's just black. Nothing. And that's important because when a wall is against void, I want it to have a black gradient around the outside. And when it's against a floor, I want it to be different type of wall. Otherwise, I'd just have like a weird top-down strip across everything. And I don't think that would look as good. How do I write this? Standard range is equal. Have I written one of these anywhere? So I'm guessing I pass in my two ranges. So that would be pattern. Okay, let me write it in normal code first, and then we can discuss how to improve it, right? I'm just going to say bun 8t matches should be equal to lambda. Yeah, let me hash it out first just to make sure I'm doing the right thing. Okay. Just matches is 0. Matches plus matches. And then simply if matches is equal to 8. Bish bash bot. Like something like that, you know? There's definitely a way to do this in a one-liner, right? Something like this. Is that what I can do with STD ranges? Equal, so then I pass in my pattern tile type dot second. I pass in my pattern, and then I do my lambda like this. You can just early out if one is not equal instead of a counter. Yeah? Can I just break here? Yeah, I guess I could just break. First time you see a CPP project that you can really understand what's happening. I try to make things readable as best as I can. I'd much rather have variables with really stupid long names that you can understand like that than using like int I all the time. I mean, obviously in a loop, fine. You get it. Thank you, Mr. 4KK. We can just do an early break. I think honestly this is an early break instead of a counter. An early break. Oh, I guess I could invert this. So if I need to, what is it? So if it isn't equal to undefined and it isn't equal to my pattern, then break. Something like that. And then update tile and return. Something like that. And then I don't think we have to worry about undefined. Oh, not in MS Paint. I don't think I use orthogonal undefined, do I? Or maybe I do. Let's check. Nothing, nothing. You can see a sprite. I made it really small. I can make it large again so you can actually see. Something like that. Let's see. Orthogonal undefined. I don't think I do any. Update tile needs to be after the loop. Yeah, just give me a second. I think this is okay. So, let's see. Yeah, that's correct. Hang on, is this gonna work? So we're looking at every diagonal pattern. For every like tile in the pattern. Is this not just gonna break up one? It's not gonna break up both, right, Donut? I imagine. Because do we not need something like bool all match equals false, all match equals true, if all, you need a bool. Yeah, that's okay. You know what? I think this is readable enough. Right? Pattern matches. We'll even call it pattern matches. So we iterate through all 8 elements. If they are not undefined, and it also doesn't match my pattern, then whatever. Doesn't match. Defaulted to true and set it to false in the if. Does that change anything, or you're just asking me to do work so you can go? Like what's the difference between doing? It changes everything. Oh shit! If you say it like that, all right. How about that? What a difference, huh? Wow. Huge. Otherwise, it only needs to match one character and always match the rest. Okay, that does make a big difference. Yeah, I would have had to set it to false again. Why don't I use ChatGPT or Claude? Because I want to learn and grow and enjoy myself. And this is my hobby. And having something else do my hobby for me sounds boring as shit. I don't want to. I think it's fun to program and make games. So I'm doing it myself. Okay, let's just see if this works at first glance. You, however, can use whatever you like in your own time. This is clearly not working. Something broke. Hang on, what did I break? My Minecraft music's too quiet, first of all. We should have my passion. You could have my passion. You could start a project right now. Or tomorrow, it's a bit late. Nothing's stopping you. It's free. You could even use the same framework as me. Returns in the wrong place. Yeah, probably, right? Bam. Woo! Alright. Yo, that looks better. That looks a lot better. I have a feeling these places that I'm missing are just places I haven't done the tile for. You matching here is kind of weird. Why is this? Why do you look like this? There's no wall teal, right? Okay, some of these things I'm gonna have to check. It's possible I just wrote them wrong. You're especially weird. You should definitely be a top right lad. You are floor, wall, I guess. Floor, floor, wall, wall. Why is that not working? Floor, floor. Do I not have a floor, floor, wall, wall? Seems odd. Oh no, I do here. Northeast. Floor, floor, wall, wall. So why are you undefined? Floor, floor, wall, wall. Most of the time you want to try, but your brain's like, there's something wrong with me. Why not just do it and just say, fuck you, brain. I'm gonna make a fun game, and then just like open Game Maker and start like fucking around. Make like a guy run around the screen. Go on Sprite as Resource and download some Zelda sprites and steal them. Let's see. So obviously it's not working in here. We need to write a function that checks the neighbors as well. Maybe, okay, let's see how expensive this is. But maybe we make this function by default also check the neighbors. It might be massively unnecessary on level generation, and I think it should be. But let's write it and then see how I'm feeling. Because essentially, I want not just to check the wall positions, but I want to also check all the neighbors of wall positions. There's nothing wrong with trying and failing. Yeah, exactly. You want failure, basically. If you're trying and you're not failing, you will. You're not learning anything new. You're just scratching away. When you hit your head against a wall, and then solve the problem, you've now grown as a human. Isn't that exciting? Apply pattern on every tile caused by explosion. I could call it on every set tile, but you want to check the neighbors too, right? Because when I do an explosion, I blow up a number of walls, and then those are impacted, and then maybe, if there's a void, it draws walls. But it could be the case that you blow a hole here, and there's walls everywhere nearby, and those walls haven't been impacted by the explosion. I feel like it could lead to infinite recursion. I don't think so, because the way I'll write it should work. I'm basically just going to reuse this replace surrounding air with walls thing. Right? In fact, I could even pop it in here. Well, actually, you know what? Let's try your thing. Let's try it. So instead of tile wall single, it can be tile wall undefined. In fact, actually, maybe you're onto it. But then maybe we need to check the neighbors of this one as well. I mean, let's see first, huh? What is it? What did I call it? Update tile based on neighbors. What was the actual thing called? Apply pattern. Easy. I feel like I should probably have a pos 0f here somewhere. Let's see. You're not used to coding like this. Most of what you've studied is data structure and machine learning. You're used to doing project with data. You've never done something like this. You wouldn't know where to start. What would you want to make? Do you want to do game development? Because you could just dive in and just do like a Unity tutorial, you know? I don't know what languages you like. But you could just download Godot or Unity and just do a tutorial. Yeah, I think you have to check the neighbors as well. This isn't quite correct. I saw a double rocket. It's kind of working. Not really, but like it's kind of working. There's clearly holes in my patterns, by the way. Hang on. This only does it on if it's tile air. Oops. This should help. Whoa! What is it doing? Holy shit! What the fuck? I've made a fucking ice level. Oh my god. Okay. Look at the physics go. Oh my god. It looks kind of great though. How about a apply pattern should probably also check if it's a wall. Whee! Yeah. Let's do that. This might be cool during lower level generation. Yeah, it is. This code's currently running twice, by the way. So I could do this. Do I do this full time? No, this is my hobby, but I do embedded engineering. It's my job. I mean, it's better, right? Don't know why it's not resolving some of these patterns though. Because this one here should be wall. Sorry, Sandbox. I've not been following Sandbox. I know there were some controversies. It should be something like don't care, floor, don't care, wall, floor, void, wall, don't care, or something. There was something wrong with it. I don't remember what. People were complaining about something. Maybe it was like hard to, like there was no documentation or something, like it was badly documented. It might have been it. It certainly works for the single walls, doesn't it? Noticing that there's an awful massive lack of walls in the middle of the level. Sausage characters. Oh yeah. I think this is not a good idea to put this here. I have a feeling that this is happening during level generation and it's buggering things up. Yeah. Is it? I feel like a lot more things are floor than there should be. Normally have more tunnels. Maybe this is normal. Hang on. Get rid of enemies. Generate a level. Maybe this is level. Maybe this is normal. Okay, I'm actually gonna grab this stuff out of here. So anywhere I'm calling this from. Destroy walls. You. I'm gonna put the neighbors thing in here. Because I don't want this running in level generation. I think. Or was this okay? Now I'm losing track of it. Maybe this was just okay, actually. I'm not going to tell you what company I work for, no. That would be pretty stupid of me. I feel like it's... maybe it's working. If I just make it, like, pretty small. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is intended. Sorry you asked. I mean, it's okay to ask, but, you know, it would be insane if I answered. Alright, yeah. Okay, so on explosion, it's obviously just saying it's undefined. That's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab this stuff. Don't fix the reviews don't look great. Very few people can do something like this. I think a lot of devs could do this. I mean, I've managed it. So we're going to iterate over broken walls. This is going to be a little silly at first, so apologies. For every broken wall, so for every broken floor, let's say it's broken wall, this is now a floor. New floor in broken walls. That's basically what this is. We're now iterating over the neighbors of this thing. But then I also want to iterate over its neighbors, which is now a little... this is setting off something in my head. So let's see what it does. If that is a... let's think. If... Actually, what did I call it? Update... Apply pattern? Okay, I'm going to extract this into apply pattern. My pattern... Return. If it's not a wall, return. My pattern is now going to be called... here, in my horrible, like, super nest. This thing. Let's just see what it does. Oh, pos wants to have a 0f. 0 in it. A new floor and below. Oh, I guess you want to be... Oh, sorry. For new... And it pauses this. Oh, actually, hang on. How does this work? Pause neighbors. We don't need to do this, I guess. For every position in here, and then for every position in there, this is an order of magnitude expensive. I'm gonna call this pause neighbor. Now this is obviously double checking stuff like crazy. Yeah, this is correct. But I'm curious. Like, this is obviously stupidly expensive, but does it work? If it kind of works, then I can make a better solution. Let's make a level without mines again. Okay, I mean, the game didn't crash. And it kind of does look normal, doesn't it? So what's my FPS looking like? I set that to something big. It drops a little bit, but not much. Maybe this is okay. And this is kind of behaving the way it kind of should, right? Obviously there's the odd purple square. I'm confused why you're a purple square. But this is an exception, I guess. So maybe my main algorithm also needs to be doing this like stupid check. That seems very expensive, doesn't it? It feels to me unnecessary to check the neighbors of the neighbors of the neighbors, but when I'm exploding stuff, it looks pretty good. Or maybe it's just because it's making ordinary patterns. It might just be, you know what, it might just be because it's making like very normal patterns. And clearly we're missing some patterns in our data set. You, I would imagine, should be a... what did I call it? Hang on. I should definitely just make it so I can mouse over and see what the pattern is of a tile. That would be handy. You, I would expect to be a triple self? Oh, air. I guess the triples are only checking for air. Which kind of makes sense. Yeah, I don't really have a triple for not air. If I make this undefined, doesn't this wouldn't really work. It needs to be air or wall. But then at that point, it just matches I'd have to make it a quad. Yeah, maybe I make the triples quads. Yeah, I think that would make sense, right? Because essentially what's happening here is this triple sees there's a wall here, this isn't air, this is a wall. If I were to make this undefined, then it would just match, all of these would be the same. So I'd need to actually check a U and U floors. So these have to be quads, I'm afraid. So let's just do that. I will have to rewrite this, unfortunately. Let's just default to undefined, and then I'll write it out manually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's a west one. Kill this game. Recursion might be the only way to make it truly general. Yeah, maybe. Was born at the right time. Yeah, maybe. But also, I could have been born sooner and bought a house for like 20 quid. I don't know. I feel like AI has ruined us in the sense it's made things too easy and it's made you lose curiosity and passion. I just don't use it. I don't know. There's no like button in my IDE. I don't have that problem, I guess. You can turn the computer off as well, and then to my knowledge, the AIs only exist on the computer. Like if you just walk around outside, they haven't gotten there really yet. I think maybe they have. Oh, banger! All right. When you would see an error, you'd fix it, be satisfying. But now why try when AI can do it faster? Well, so you can learn. So there's value in like learning as a human. If you feel like you are cheating yourself by using an AI, then don't use it, I guess. Or try and solve the problem, or understand how it's solved the problem. You know, you don't have to fully rely on it. You don't think it's doing anything complex is hard? Yeah, I was having a discussion with a colleague about this. It seems like right now, the way that the people in my company that use AI, like properly, they basically spend like all the time that they would have spent programming writing a really detailed prompt that is like a vicious spec. So it has to be like watertight, and then they hit go. I don't quite yet see the point in doing that when they already knew what to do, but I don't know. That's apparently the way to go. Because then you've got a spec written as well. Prompt engineering. Yeah. But the thing is, these are people that are also good software engineers, so they could have done it themselves. So when they check the output, they just check to see if it's how they would have written it. But I feel like this takes so long to like write this proper prompt. Like why would I not just write the code? But maybe it doesn't take as long as I think. The context window runs out and the detailed spec becomes useless. There's ways around it. I'm not in the right part of the field, honestly, but spec-driven development does seem to be what people are moving towards. It's faster even if you review the code afterwards. For me, I'm like every good engineer, I'm always learning, so by not writing the code, I don't understand the output as well as if I'd written it. But for me, I always struggled in school when they just wanted me to memorize and regurgitate. But then when I did a practical, I could remember quite a lot. So I feel like the current form of like, just get the AI to do it and then review it doesn't work for me, because I need to write it myself to have like a visceral understanding. Like you can give me a carved block of wood and tell me how you turned it into that shape. But like, I don't truly understand how you got there unless I were to hold a chisel myself and do it. So maybe I'm not cut out to be an engineer in the future, or I just have to change. The amount of code it can make is nuts. Yeah, but the amount of code it can make can also be like rubbish. Like you're just spending most of your time reviewing, and that's not really what I like doing in programming. I don't want to be a tech lead right now. I want to be a programmer. Maybe that's selfish. Oh well. Such is life, huh? Can be hard to understand because it's not good at naming things. I just find it hard to understand because if I know the solution, I would have written the answer. And if I don't know the solution, then how am I meant to verify the answer? And like by writing the answer, I understand it better. So next time I understand that concept better and can apply it again next time. Whereas if I sort of understand it now and then it does it and it sort of works, I haven't like, what's the word? Like I haven't reinforced that neuron pathway in my head. I haven't written it. The neurons are just floating around and they will fatigue and then over time they'll just drift apart, which I don't really want. Generate test cases and test the code. Yeah, but my point is like it's quite easy, I think, to skill atrophy. Like I haven't done mobile development now in a year and a half, and I can remember fuck all. I can remember nothing. I would have to sit down and really think to try and like remember some of the weird shit that I just took for granted. Like I was really quite good at it, honestly, and I remember so little, and that's in a year and a half. Imagine if this becomes the norm for like a decade. People will atrophy like crazy. I don't know, maybe it won't matter. It's all what ifs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, what do you mean excess elements in array initializer? Okay, anyway, I'm gonna write this out. I'll put this in the corner again so you can see what I'm doing. I don't know, I like having my brain work, even if my friends say it doesn't work. I promise you, it might work if you look in there. It makes a hollow sound, but there's something in there. All right, so for west we want undefined wall, floor, hello? Couldn't tell if I just heard a noise. Undefined wall floor. Then we want undefined air, undefined wall, floor, wall. Then we want floor, wall, undefined, wall, air, floor, wall undefined, and then you should be floor, wall, floor, wall undefined, air undefined. Alright, talk to me, game. Why are you confused? Because I added 4 more. 9. I think I've done some situations in Paint where the tile picket would break. Intuitively, it feels like it should work even if you only do it for a single tile without an extra neighbor extension. I mean, I can just change the default to being a single tree, and it would look okay. But it's that I want to kind of have all this shit working. You did so many Django projects 2 years ago, and I couldn't tell you a single thing. Well, this game project, like I'm doing C++ in my own time, so I'm remembering some of these concepts. It's handy to have a project like this. All right, let's hang on. I'm seeing somewhere this should be a triple. You, why are you? What are you meant to be? I guess this can't be a triple. Yeah, this is just a wall I haven't created yet, right? This is just a new type of wall. It's like a triple. Or can I maybe just use the triple for this? The triple right now is defined by having void behind it. Man, I've picked a project, haven't I? How about instead of air, it's not wall? I need another type called not wall. Or I could just cover both cases, I guess. So it could be void, or it could be grass. This is an annoying number of tiles, isn't it? Okay, that's just one place. Why is this one not working? This should be a corner. No, it shouldn't be a corner. What should this be? Oh dear. North? I think that should just be a north wall. So why are you not just a north wall? This one. What does north wall require? It wants air behind it specifically. Oh. Yeah, I guess if this was north, then it would draw black here, which would look weird. So instead, it should also be a triple. Yeah, I think I just need a triple where it like backs onto grass. So if maybe I can just really quickly draw that. I don't know. Maybe I should be going to bed as well. I do have work tomorrow morning. She's still in league apparently. Okay, let me just very quickly mock something up. I need... You guys can get out of here. The triple's just a straight wall. No, not in this case. So what we have here, you can kind of see ice sprint. The triples are okay, the triples are designed right now to back onto void. Yeah, I can kind of make like a donut. They're designed to back onto void. They haven't been designed to back onto this. That being said, it looks kind of a little scuffed, but it looks okay with grass. So I'm thinking I could also just do a secondary check and allow it to work like this. Like he specifically wants air, but if I replace air with undefined or just not wall, maybe I need to make something that's called like not wall. You know? Just as an experiment. I replace the air in these to not wall, and then I go to my function where I'm doing my pattern. I can either say it's undefined, or this. If my pattern is wall and it's not wall, what is this fucking song? You get the idea? I mean, this might not work. The break thing. Maybe I'd start with that. Needs to be an ore. Yeah, I think so. Because basically it's like, if it's not wall, and mine isn't wall, or this whole second section. I've kind of flipped it, but you get the idea. So if it specifically wants not a wall, and mime a wall, or man, the invert here is kind of annoying. This isn't, I think, what I want, right? If it's not wall, and I'm a wall. I also want... I guess I want, if it's not wall, and it's not a wall, like that. Ranges equal would fix that. Okay, maybe for next time. I have to get up in like 6 hours. I just wanted to see if I could crack this out quickly. I think the equals was correct. Let's see. I think that was... This is when it doesn't match. Sorry, you think the equals was correct? If it's not wall, and my thing is wall. Oh, yeah. But then... Is that right? No, that's not right. Because this would match, right? No, I think it needs to be different. This would need to be and. So, like, I want to make sure, like, if it's this, if it's not wall and I'm not a wall, then I don't need to check further. Like, it's fine, right? Then I want the inversion of this, which is... Do I want the inversion of this? Wait. De Morgan's theorem, okay. I'm losing my mind. Maybe it's too late for this sort of thing. There's always a way to write a predicate though. There's always a way to rewrite even though it may not be intuitive. Yeah. Because I specifically want to just accept it immediately if it's not a wall. If it says not wall and I'm not a wall, then that's fine. So I need to be, if this is not true, or, and then the rest of my pattern, maybe. And then you can use the De Morgan's theorem, fine. If my second is not wall, or my thing is wall, which seems weird, and that doesn't seem to be working at all. In fact, it doesn't seem to be working anywhere. The triple thing would look weird here, by the way. I might just need to redo my tiles to be easier. Alright, anyway, I gotta go to bed, dude. I'm gonna to do this. You can use continue for success. You can use continue for success. I wanted to continue if I'm not wall, if it's not wall and I'm Just use range is equal. Use range is equal. Okay, great. I'm gonna go. I hope you enjoyed the 4.5 hour long stream today. Nothing says a good Tuesday like 12.5 hours of programming. Fucking hell. Alright. Anyway, good night. Thanks for watching. Maybe see you tomorrow. Maybe not. I might be busy. I don't know. Keep an eye on the Discord. Good night. See ya.